Association of Indian Management Schools. It's a 34-year-old networking body of B schools in India, having a membership of about 600 top management institutions. AIMS focuses on professionalization of management education, protects interests of B schools, represents management institutions at national and international forums, financially supports members in academic events, funds research projects on management, disseminates management-related knowledge through its annual Management Education Convention, conferences, seminars, roundtables and workshops, organizes free weekly webinars on knowledge sharing and inspiring young leaders sessions for management faculty and students, supports B schools in admissions through ATMA, AIMS test for management admissions. Visit https://atmaims.com for more details. Publishes a biannual AIMS Journal of Management. Visit https://aimsjournal.com for more details. Circulates a quarterly e-newsletter on AIMS activities. Conducts workshops on case writing. Encourages AIMS members to be part of decision-making processes as members of chapter management committees and the executive board. Encourages students' participation in free weekly quiz competitions by providing support to interested institutions. Facilitates networking and interaction among B schools. Why would you like to remain a non-member of AIMS? Pay a very low one-time membership fee and enjoy many lifetime benefits. Visit https://aims.org.in for more details.
put your hands together for our chief guests and all the dignitaries who are going to take their places on the stage. Well, sabse pehle, thank you very much for your patience. We have been waiting for their arrival and they are finally here. Welcome, sir. Yes, I would like that. A round of applause, please. Good afternoon, namaskar, anaivaraikum vanakkam. Sat Sri Akal, swagatam, suswagatam, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys. I would like to begin with a famous quote by a famous personality, Nelson Mandela. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And this is well suited for this convention. So ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Association of Indian Management Schools and PSG Institute of Management, I, AICTE, welcome you all to the 34th Annual Management Education Convention. It is such an honor to welcome you all and such an honor to welcome our dignitaries, Mr. G Sitharam. He's the chairman, AICTE. A round of applause, please. Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya, Editorial Director, Business Standard. Mr. J Philip, our former President AIMS and Chairman of XIME. Our very own Dr. Nandagopal, President AIMS. And our beloved Dr. V Srividya, Director PSGIM. Well, I would also welcome all the leaders of the industry, the deans, directors, faculty, students of business school, researchers, policymakers, and all the stakeholders who are involved in teaching, in learning, in training, in administration, and again, a very, very warm welcome to all of you. Well, like a good host should, I would extend my gratitude to all the dignitaries and to each one of you for taking your time out and being here with us in this 3-day convention. I would also like to thank our associate sponsors and our associate partners for their gracious support. The theme for this year's convention is quite impactful, energetic, magnetic. It is Management Education, Harnessing the New Paradigm. So let's begin this convention on a positive note. We all believe in the power of prayers, isn't it? So let's invoke the blessings of the Almighty with the prayer. So kindly rise for Tamil Thai Valtu.
நிலமடந்த கிழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கனமும் மது சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிலமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you. Now I request our chief guests and our other dignitaries to join us in the traditional lighting of the lamp. We commence any auspicious occasion with the divine blessings, and lighting of the lamp is a testament. So please, can we all have you at the lamp lighting? Now that we've got the blessings of the Almighty, let's begin the inaugural function. AIMS was founded in the year 1988 by Dr. J Philip and Dr. Thiagarajan, former director of PSG Institute of Management, is also one of the founder signatory. The Association of Indian Management Schools is a networking body of B schools in India for professional development of management education and to safeguard the interests of B schools in the country. We will begin with the President's speech. Dr. Nandagopal, he is the President AIMS, Director General of Sri Saraswati Tyagaraja College, Pollachi, Coimbatore. He was the former Director of PSG Institute of Management, Coimbatore, and Xavier Institute of Management and Entrepreneurship, Kochi. Sir, can we have you at the podium for the opening remarks, please? Yes, I expect a huge round of applause.
Most respected Chief Guest of the Day, Prof G Sitharam, the Chairman of All India Council of Technical Education, and our beloved friend, Mr. A K Bhattacharya, the Editorial Director of Business Standard, and our Founder President, Prof J Philip, Srividya Convention Director, past Presidents of Association of Indian Management Schools, Regional Vice Presidents, and Board Members, and Chapter Office Bearers of the Association of Indian Management in Schools, representatives from our member institutions, students, very good afternoon to all of you. I am honored to welcome all of you for this 34th Annual Management Convention held at Coimbatore in association with PSG Institute of Management. As all of us know, last year our chairman took over in the month of January, AICTE, and he showed a lot of interest in the development of management education. In fact, in the first meeting when we had with him at Delhi, when he took over, he said that he is very keen to take up the problems and issues of postgraduate diploma institution, the future of PGDM institution in the wake of new education policy. In entire world, I think India has the largest business schools in the world. We have more than 4,000 business schools in the world, and also the largest admission capacity in the world is in India. And more than that, 3 to 4 lakh students every year goes to US or Australia and other things. That shows the demand and interest of the students to take up a management education. We have a unique product, a unique institution in the world. That is what we call PGDM institutions. We have more than 306 PGDM institutions exclusively approved by AICTE and gives its own postgraduate diploma program. And interestingly, if you look at the PGDM institution, they are all doing extremely well. If you look at the top 50 business schools, almost 90% of them are PGDM institution. Of course, along with them, Indian Institute of Managements. So the PGDM institution and the management institutions play a very great role in the development of a managerial manpower in this country. And this convention is more focused on discussing of these issues. And as I mentioned, our chairman is very keen to look into the problems and issues of the management education. In particular, I'm very happy that he is here. I think the presence itself motivates all of the directors and deans of the business schools, sir. On behalf of AIMS, I'm very happy to welcome you for this annual management convention to inaugurate this convention, sir. I am also happy to have Mr. Bhattacharya, Editorial Director of Business Standard, and he is going to talk about the role of management education in the next generation, how it is going to shape up. On behalf of AIMS and PSG Institute of Management and Sri Saraswati Tyagaraja College, I am happy to welcome Mr. Bhattacharya. Of course, Prof J Philip, who was the founder of the Association of Indian Management Schools, and he took the responsibility. And if you remember, the members of the Association of Indian Management Schools knows, he took up a responsibility along with Professor Abhurva and also Uday Salingi and other senior members of the association, took up the responsibility of preparing a document on the role of management education in the PGDM institution. And I'm happy that he is here as a part of our inaugural function. Sir, we welcome you, sir. We also welcome our Director of PSG Institute of Management, Srividya, and also Convention Director. Happy to welcome all the dignitaries, and we also collaborated with the Coimbatore Management Association, National Institute of Personnel Management. There also, I think I could see the members from NIPM, Coimbatore Management Association, CA, also present here. On behalf of AIMS, I welcome all of you. And I will look forward very fruitful and interactive session next 3 days to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, Professor J Philip. He is the founder president AIMS and chairman Xavier Institute of Management and Entrepreneurship, Bangalore. This is one of the leading MBA institutions in India with campuses in Bangalore, Kochi, and Chennai. His impact in management education has been high-powered and highly influential. His ideologies have always been far-sighted. He had the vision to start this wonderful association, and as the years have gone by, his expertise has created a huge impact on the management studies. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Professor J Philip. Sir, can we have you here for your opening remarks and about AIMS and its roles? A big round of applause, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Let me also extend a special welcome as the founder president of the association. Something interesting happened near the lamp there. The chairman said, he looked at me and said, "Oh God, it's courage that you came at this age. If I were at this age, I would not have come." Now, it's a practical chemistry between AIMS and me. It's 34 years now, and I attended 32 of the convention. Chairman Sitharam sir, President Dr. Nandagopal, Dr. Bhattacharya, distinguished past presidents, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As I said and as the President said, this is the 35th year of the founding of AIMS. And it's a matter of immense pride for some of us that we could create this institution which has so laudably provided a common platform. Remember, we did not have a platform. Before 1988, there was no platform where we could meet. This, as we said, laudably provides a platform for the business schools of India. I recall that I took the initiative to found this in March 88. This work started in 88. There were a number of naysayers who said that it wouldn't work. They thought it would be another infructuous attempt, as had been witnessed several times in the past. But I was fortunate to have the solid support of my 3 colleagues of the IIMs, IIMA, IIMC, and IIM Lucknow, and 6 others who signed the Memorandum of Association at IIM Bangalore boardroom, 1988, August 27. And on that day, this historic association, I'll call it historic because as Dr. Nandagopal said, this is the largest, the biggest association. Represent the biggest business community in the world. We can be proud of that. Today, AIMS is a consequential body with 700 members, mostly the large and prestigious one. It also has some very special relationships such as ACSB, ACBSB, EFMD, and the Canadian Federation of Business Schools. Some of you may not be aware, during 92-97, the Canadian Federation of Business Schools pumped in a lot of money in what they call the capacity building of Indian business schools. Very massive project, spread over 5 years. I was the first coordinator of that, and later it was Father Abraham of XLRI. That's a fantastic brotherly support from the Canadian Federation. Today, when we look at the Indian B-school system, we can be proud of its size. I must also add something very special tonight. As many of you travel all over the world, I travel all over the world visiting business schools all over. Compared to many European countries, we have a very strong industry-academia link, which keeps growing and diversifying. In spite of all these strong things and good things and proud things and passionate things I said, I'm a little worried about a few things that are still continuing to nag us. I'm saying this, Chairman Sir, I spent 63 years in teaching. I started in 1960, 1 year before IIM Calcutta came to being. And I have been in the field around these 63 years. Let me mention quickly a few points. Let me start with first thing first. Academic community, first thing first, to you and me. The intellectual capital, which is the true test of a strong profession, where are we? We continue to be weak in this aspect with some lackluster research work, writings, and publications. Until today, if you look at the global scene, until today we have not been able to make any meaningful thought contribution to our particular field. quoting Hamlet, Shakespeare. Words, words, and words. Nothing more really happened in Indian management education. A fallout of this disconcerting position of matters has been industry managers have become leaders in knowledge creation. Unfortunate, reverse. We often meet up with them to learn instead of what should be the other way around. The anomaly would have been corrected if we were strong in research or consulting. Unfortunately, most Indian business schools examine it. Most Indian business schools are teaching shops where one would expect them to be idea-generating laboratories. Now, something very disturbing happened. 2020 NEP. I call it the marginalization of management education. Every one of us who have gone through that Kasturirangan report, respectfully to Dr. Kasturirangan, would be shocked by the fact that management education is totally ignored in that whole report. Any progressive country looks at management and technology education as the two main pillars of a country's future. In our case, the only mention in that whole book is when it quotes that management education, technical education includes management education too. That's all the mention about management education. How did that happen? Something which will be very disconcerting, painful in this country of 3,000 business, 500 business schools, not a word of mention in the whole report. Now that I come to NEP, and with the chairman AICTE present here, let me raise some more issues of concern to us. First, a rather disturbing move in the country is to recast some of the leading institutions of the country. Is it wise to make IITs or IIMs or All India Institute of Medical Sciences or the National School of Bangalore into broad spectrum universities? These are the specialized institutions which have made India a force in the professional education field in the world. The NEP wants the very nature of this institution change to broad spectrum. A second one is the compulsion to convert every institution in the country into a multidisciplinary university. This applies to every management school, including PGDM schools. The PGDM schools became a considerable force in the country because they were sharply focused on one area and not too thinly spread with a dispersed number of disciplines. While on this, it is not amiss to ask, when you read through that, you feel like asking, hey, which Indian university gave respect to India? Oh, we can go back in history. Yes, we had some great universities. But in the recent past, recent 100 years, which Indian university gave us any respect? IITs and IIM, All India Institute, etc. gave us respect. But did any university? And now we are saying, go back to that university system. If one were to strengthen the MBA PGDM program by adding 3 or 4 kindred disciplines like economics, psychology, statistics, analytics, etc., one can understand. But not disparate subjects like history, politics, dance, drama, biology, and all that. I only hope we will have the courage to look at these vital issues afresh instead of repeating history, Tughlakabad. One last point, sir, in your presence. Many of us in the PGDM space are willing to convert ourselves into universities. But we need an enabling legislation at the central level. It is 3 years and 2 months since the Kasura report came out, but there is no enabling legislation. And again, please don't go back to the age-old concept of a university with a massive land bank and innumerable disciplines. On the one hand, we lay great store by the digital world. And on the other hand, we say, anachronistically, we need 100 acres of land for the university. A bold revisit of this concept of the university is a must at this stage. At any rate, in this vast land of India, to put all universities in one mold would be counterproductive. No need for me to emphasize the threadbare maxim that one cap doesn't fit all. Don't water down IIMs, IITs, law schools, PGM schools, and other specialized institutions. They gave India prestige and brand power in professional education. Let them continue to remain in their acquired excellence, in their distinctive form, and continue to bring glory to this country. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Well, they always say, a man with a vision is always on a mission. Again, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Professor J Philip. Thank you. Well, this platform has always played a huge role in upscaling the skills, the talents, and knowledge of many who are involved in teaching, in learning, in training. PSG has been in the forefront of management education in the south of India, and an interesting fact is, PSG Institute of Management is the first affiliated college in India to start MBA and to receive the ACBSP accreditation. And again, a very interesting celebratory part is, this event is an amazing prequel to the Diamond Jubilee celebration of PSGIM, which we are going to be doing next year. It is time to invite a beloved director, Dr. V Srividya. She's the director of PSG Institute of Management. She is being recognized for her contribution to research and teaching excellence in management. Some of the notable ones are the AIMS ICFEI Best Teacher Award, PSG Sons the Teacher of the Year Award, AICTE Career Award for Young Teachers, AIMS JL Batra Best Research Paper Award, CMA Award for the Best Research Guide, and there's no and, it just goes on and on and on and on. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our Director PSGIM, Srividya ma'am.
Good evening. Respected Chief Guest, Dr. G Sitharam, Chairman AICTE, Shri A K Bhattacharya, Editorial Director, Business Standard, Dr. R Nandagopal, President, AIMS, and Director General, Saraswati Tyagaraja College, Revered Professor J Philip, Founder President, AIMS, Chairman XIME, past presidents, executive board members of AIMS, distinguished guests, faculty members, students, and esteemed delegates. I'm deeply honored to stand before you today as a convention director at this prestigious AIMS Management Convention. It's a privilege to address this gathering of visionaries, professionals, and future leaders who share a passion for excellence in management. PSG Institute of Management takes pride in hosting the 34th AIMS Annual Management Education Convention, which also serves as a prelude to the upcoming Diamond Jubilee celebration of PSG Institute of Management. PSG and Sons Charities is marching towards its centenary year. And having a legacy in academic excellence, it set up the PSG Institute of Management with a vision to provide best-in-class business education. Today, PSGIM is making strides with its flagship accredited MBA programs and collaborative international programs with universities like the University of Toledo, the Northern Kentucky University, Illinois Institute of Technology in the US, Leeds Beckett University at the UK, IGCHE Germany, and various universities in South Asia. What we are today is due to these strong industry connections, impactful education, and a commitment to grooming future business leaders. Stewarded under the dynamic leadership of Sri L Gopalakrishnan, the Managing Trustee of PSG and Sons Charities, he sends his greetings and wishes for a successful convention. At this juncture, I would like to recall our pivotal association with AIMS as one of its founding members. Over the years, PSGIM has actively participated and collaborated with AIMS for all of its activities. And Dr. Nandagopal is our former director, the current president of AIMS. A long-awaited event is this convention. The convention theme, Management Education, Harnessing the New Paradigm, reflects a forward-looking approach, rightfully addressing the evolving landscape of business education in the recent times. The changing times brings challenges and opportunities that require innovative thinking, adaptability, and a deep understanding of the dynamic business landscape. This convention fosters a vibrant platform for knowledge exchange, and we look forward to harness the collective wisdom of diverse perspectives to chart a course towards sustainable growth, ethical leadership, and responsible business practices. We have a dynamic spectrum of representation from the industry, academia, and practitioners across India for this convention. The response is overwhelming. We have received around 300 registrations. It is a nationwide representation that gathers here at the AIMS convention, epitomizing the collaborative spirit of Pan-India's engagement in building world-class business education. Dr. Nandagopal, President AIMS, and Dr. Narayana Reddy, the AIMS Southern Region Vice President, were particular that all the submissions for the competition and the theme papers to be provided an opportunity to be presented. And for the first time of AIMS, the participants were invited to present the papers and case studies at the regional level. The competition chairs, Dr. Prasad Rao, Professor Ramesh, Dr. Sujata Mangaraj, Dr. Sangvikar, and Dr. Narayana Reddy shortlisted the presentations, and their meticulous efforts in publishing the papers into 4 volumes is deeply appreciated and acknowledged. I'm glad to present the number of participants across the 10 diverse categories of the AIMS convention. We have received 51 convention theme papers, 34 JL Batra research papers, student papers are around 46, 6 case studies, and about 8 doctoral colloquium papers. For the V School Innovation Awards, under the 3 categories of the institutional level, faculty, and the student level, an overwhelming 81 participants have presented. In total, we have about 218 entries. I encourage each one of you to engage in the knowledge sharing, networking, and collaborative opportunities that this convention provides. The next 2 days will observe or see a number of interaction with the stalwarts in management education and also competitive presentations. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers, sponsors, and participants who have made this AIMS Management Convention possible. Thank you, and wishing all of us a joyful journey of gaining and sharing knowledge over the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is time to honor our chief guest. I request Mr. Venkatesh, Vice Chairman, Sri Saraswati Tyagaraja College, Pollachi, to kindly come up to the stage to honor our chief guest. So can we have you on the stage, please? I request you to honor Mr. G Sitharam. A round of applause. request Mr. Ashok Joshi to kindly come up to the stage. Sir, आइए. Now I request Mr. Ashok Joshi, former President AIMS, to kindly come to the stage to honor Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya. Thank you so much, sir. Well, Dr. G Sitharam, the chairman of All India Council of Technical Education, Government of India. He was the director of Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. He is a senior professor in Department of Civil Engineering, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and he has served there for last 30 years. Interesting fact is, he has published over 500 technical papers, 20, yes, a huge round of applause, please. He has published over 500 technical papers, 20 books with Google Scholars, H index of 53, I index 149 with more than 8,614 citations. He has guided 40 PhD students, 35 master students, 25 postdoctoral students, and several thousand industry professionals and teachers through continuing educational workshops. Sir, it is an honor for us to have you here this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause as I request him to kindly step forward for the inaugural address. Aye, sir.
Vanakkam. Namaste to everyone. Very good evening. First of all, let me congratulate AIMS for having the 34th Annual Management Education Convention at PSG Tech today here. Dr. R Nandagopal, President AIMS and Director General STC, Professor J Philip, former President AIMS as well as Chancellor XIME, Mr. A K Bhattacharya, Editorial Director, Business Standard, Dr. V Srividya, Director, PSG, Institute of Management, and all the distinguished people who have assembled in this convention, faculty, administrator of PSG, Institute of Management, and all the delegates for this convention, research scholars and students, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, once again, let me congratulate the organization for having this annual convention, which is 34th in the series. Friends, all of us were very happy yesterday. You know, India is on the moon. We have achieved what the rest of the world had difficulties. We are fourth in the fourth country to do that, and particularly for South Pole, we are the number one. Vikram lander has landed very safely on the moon. Pragyan has come out scouting for many new things. Why I'm saying this to the audience, we were basically management professionals, isn't it? I also saw the newspaper today. This is Business Standard. Aapka hai na? चांद अपना अपना लहर गया, moon मीठा करो. This is an advertisement of Amul. Friends, we all know this is the cheapest lunar mission ever in the history of the mankind. How much it costed? 615 crores. That is total cost, including the salaries of ISRO people, everybody. It only for the rover, lander, propulsion costed only 215 crores. It's less than several Hollywood movies and even Bollywood movies nowadays. Okay? Please note this. In this week alone, this is very relevant to all of you. 4 stocks involved in Chandrayaan, companies involved in Chandrayaan, that is Centrum Electronics, MTAR Tech, Midhani, Paras Defense. Just 4 of them added nearly 2,000 crore market cap this week, in this week alone. That means this is a cakewalk for India. This is 615 crores has already come back. So that's the kind of things we are seeing in the business field in India. So this is going to create a lot of jobs, ladies and gentlemen. It spurs the economic growth of the nation. So there is no doubt, if this continues, we will be the 3rd largest economy in the world in 5 years, as our Honorable Prime Minister recently said it in the Parliament. This is a real national pride and definitely an euphoria. Yesterday you should have seen not only the scientists we saw in the TV, but I think the entire country and the entire world is very happy about it. And today we are assembled here to discuss about the management issues and techno-managerial issues of the country. Friends, as you all know, the technology and issues are in a very changing scenario. First, let me give you some statistics about the management education. And before that, maybe All India Council for Technical Education. Why I am here? See, All India Council for Technical Education, which was an advisory body to the government of India in 1945, to the British government, in fact. It remained as an advisory body until 1987. 87, when a lot of engineering colleges, particularly in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, started a lot of engineering colleges. Through APL, again, AICTE was made as a statutory body or as a regulator. So management education also came under AICTE, particularly the postgraduate degrees in management. And AICTE had 87 to 93, the chairman of AICTE were the cabinet minister of Government of India in the HRD. First 5 chairmen were the chairman, the cabinet ministers. And then first full-time chairman came in 93, Professor Khanna, who was the vice chancellor of then Roorkee University and today IIT Roorkee. I still remember, I come from Indian Institute of Science. I am reading here how the growth of management institution happened in the country. Master's degree in business administration was started as early as 1908 at Harvard Business School. But in India, the first management institution in India, XLRI, was formed in the year 1949. But I will tell you, Indian Institute of Science was 1 year ahead of that. 1948, Management Studies Department was started because it was not offering MBA program, so that you people don't refer that as a management studies. Otherwise, Indian Institute of Science is the first institute to start the management studies program, 1948. 1953, Indian Institute of Social Welfare and Business Management started offering MBA program. First IIM was 1961. Later on, I think IIM Ahmedabad. So now you all know IIM Act has come, and it is almost similar to all IIT's Act. So there are a large number of institutions offering MBA, postgraduate diploma, fellow programs. What I would like to tell you, this management education is in line with National Education Policy 2020. Multidisciplinary courses have also been started in management education. I would like to tell you the current scenario of AICTE approved management institutions. We have close to about 3,240 institutions in the country, offering about 445,000 students. So which encompasses diploma, fellowship, postgraduate diploma, and postgraduate certification program, and postgraduate diploma programs in management are offered across the country, but majority of them are PG in management, which is MBA, which is close to about 3.8 lakh students registered every year, which are in approved AICTE institutions. So upgrading the issues, there are many issues in the national education policy, particularly for the management program. Upgrading standalone institution to degree granting status, because NEP talks about agglomeration and multidisciplinary research universities. Research and innovation is becoming a practice of this. And more than that, we have started at AICTE management education in regional languages. We have tied up with IGNOU, and first we are trying to write textbooks in 13 different languages. We have already signed up, and which is as per the model curriculum of MBA program developed by AICTE, but IGNOU teachers and other professors from IIM are involved in developing this. So there are a lot of opportunities in management. We are in an era of disruptive innovation. Friends, we are also, as our Honorable Prime Minister says, we are in Amrut Kal. That is the last 25 years before reaching a century of India's independence. Okay, just started last year. So this country, which has to be a Vishwaguru and largest economy, to become that, I think the role of management and technologies is going to be critical. This 25 years, what we call Amrut Kal, is a term which signifies the perfect time to start a new venture. See, it's also related to business. Perfect time to start a new venture. This is the time when bigger success can be achieved with proper efforts. So the responsibility is with this community. Today, we are all assembled here to do that possible and make India as the third largest economy in the world in the 5 years. The purpose of the Amrut Kal is to better the lives of citizens, lessen the development divide between villages and cities in India, reduce government interference in people's life, and have the latest technology getting into every day in our life. Friends, we are living in an exciting times in terms of technology, and actually I can say we are in a digital era where world is fast changing with disruptive innovations in every sphere of our lives. And definitely education sector is no exception for that. And particularly, as I said, it is Amrut Kal, because National Education Policy 2020 also plays a very important role. We have completed 3rd anniversary on July 29th of this year. And we had a big celebrations. You know, the celebration is not more about how we have implemented it, but the innovations what India has given. Implementation of National Education Policy 2020 has given impetus to education sector and is also going to boost activities in higher education sector. Definitely, the Vikram lander has furthermore activities in that direction. This is going to give our universities and management schools an advantage to make India as a global educational knowledge superpower. So we need to play this very well at this time. That's all is about Amrit Kal. The disruptive innovation, particularly propelled by digital and communication technologies, is in fact offering India an advantage because our young people are actually born with the smartphones. So the information today is at their palm tops or fingertips. So what you need to make them is innovative. The future is on innovation. There is a huge demand in India with large young population, almost 500 million, ready to become very successful. Besides, today, we're also having a very strong policy and political support. Why I said that is programs like Make in India, Stand Up India, Start Up India, and Swachh Bharat has actually created large number of activities and hope to create more jobs because we just came through the COVID era problems. Definitely all these programs are complementing the effort. And in national education policy, India's first comprehensive policy after 34 years, which is actually the previous one was in 1986, it has provided a number of opportunities to address numerous issues. And definitely it is an opportunity as well as a challenge. Implementation is an opportunity as well as a challenge. But luckily the document is framed so well, it is not that we have to finish implementation in few years. We have up to up to 2035, we have enough time actually. So many of vice chancellors whom I meet, they're saying, sir, we have implemented NEP. So they might have only implemented only one part of it, 1/100th of it. That is multi-exit, multi-entry. But there is lot more than that. So UGC and AICTE are making efforts to make release simpler guidelines, whether it is PG diploma course or MBA, okay? How this multi-entry exit programs, we are also thinking about BBA also, but I need more input from you more than we independently do this, okay? So what is very important is AICTE, through NEP, we would like to popularize the mother tongue, the teaching in mother tongue, and also availability of materials in mother tongue, which goes a long way in creating innovative society. The Ministry of Education has also proposed academic bank of credits and a registry for every student from kindergarten to the PhD level, have a unique ID, just like Aadhaar. And one nation, one data, which is also going to be, where reduces most of the administrator's job, rather than, creating every time a new data has been provided, and you can tend to make a lot of errors. So that is also going to go. So we at AICTE thought about it and created a transformation framework for both technical and management education, which involves 4 core focus areas. One is research and innovation, startups and entrepreneurial activities, then academics, that is regular revision of curriculum. It's very, very critical because technology is changing so fast and industry needs are changing very fast. And then finally, the most important is the students. Everything is student-centric. Okay? So these are the 4 things which AICTE is started focusing. Let me give you some efforts what AICTE has done in this direction. First, as per the NEP, vocational courses, distance education, and regular college education has been brought on par. They're all now, whether you go through evening programs, part-time programs are all removed now. See, whether you take evening classes or part-time classes, that's okay. But you don't need to create a degree part-time, MBA part-time, MBA evening, no. That is not accepted because outcome is the major issue. If an outcome is same for evening college students or part-time students, then it should be same degree. MBA has to be MBA simply. So this is one major change NEP brings about in your education. It brings vocational education, distance education, and regular degree education on par. So you might have already observed, AICTE and UGC announced 40% of the courses can be taken through SWAYAM, which is the largest repository of courses in the whole world. 10,000 courses are there, ladies and gentlemen, on SWAYAM. 12 institutions of the country have developed these. They are full courses offered by best in the best, IITs and IIM professors. So you have an option to take that at your self-learning. That's the next one. Self-learning is emphasized in NEP. Okay, you should be able to learn yourself at your pace and clear that. So lifelong learning becomes very, very critical at this juncture, and particularly when skill development is going to be part and parcel of your technical education and management education. Skilling is the key, ladies and gentlemen. So reskilling, upskilling, every one of us, including us administrators, those who are sitting senior, even Professor Joseph also has to upgrade himself every day. Otherwise, he'll be obsolete. See, he said, no, he is one of the luminary, but still today's technology forces even him also to get upgraded. Otherwise, his grandchildren or great-grandchildren will ask him, Tata, you don't know how to use the iPhone. So whether it is digital skills, domain skills, okay, or even mundane, simple skill for everyday life, skilling has to become part of your education and learning at the universities. So that's one major step AICTE is taking to integrate skilling. We are working with Sector Skill Council now directly so that we can even go, see, otherwise AICTE's job was 4.5 NSQF level and above, up to PhD 8. But today, we started working with NSQF, with the Sector Skill Councils, and whether it is digital skilling or domain skilling, where we are going to bring starting from class 6 onwards. We are going to introduce skilling courses starting from class 6 on. So we are actually, this NEP has given this impetus. This national education, otherwise we would not have been thinking. So education, I'll repeat again, education, regular education, college going, vocational training and lifelong learning are the central pillars of employability and employment of workers and sustainable enterprise development. And this is a golden time, and we need to build a coherent skill ecosystem in India to see that our engineers, our management professionals are going to be the skilled manpower who can serve the whole world, not just India. That's what Prime Minister talks about all the time. We have to be not just the Vishwa Gurus, we have to be Vishwa Datas. We should be the givers to the whole world. That's what he emphasizes on. He also talks about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So we care for the world as a society. So to push the skilling agenda forward, it is important that the management, particularly management education, to adopt as a role leader of an ecosystem facilitator. Because that's where, the change will happen. An engineering graduate or a BBA graduate would like to come to the postgraduate diploma and MBA courses. And that's the time where we need to emphasize more on skilling. And as I told you again, India has the world's youngest and largest workforce. Friends, future of work is going to change. Future of work is going to change so much which you cannot imagine. Artificial intelligence will occupy the center stage across all industries and all sectors, from pharma to defense, automobile, environment and sustainability, healthcare and IT. That's only a few. You can add so many because you're all experts. Friends, AI is not the future technology. AI is already here. It is interspersed in our daily life. We have sometimes even does not even understand what AI tools we are using in our daily life already. Whether it is Google, Google Map, if you start using AI is embedded into it. I can go on giving you thousands of examples where artificial intelligence has already become part of it. Particularly generative AI can already answer questions, it can write poetries, it can generate computer code and carry on conversations in different languages which you may not be knowing also. Such AI deep learning tools are already there. One such AI deep learning tool AICTE has developed. It is called Anuvadini. It's a real landmark of some of you, and not Honorable Prime Minister mentioned it in the last, the 3rd anniversary of NEP. And if you have not seen, please log into the AICTE website and look at Anuvadini tool. It's going to change the way we work. And when I write this AI, generative AI is going to write poetry, I was a little perplexed. Then I thought, let me ask ChatGPT. How many of you use ChatGPT? Quite a large number. Good. So I asked the ChatGPT a question. Because it was about 4 months for me at AICTE. See, as you know, that I came from an IIT as a director, and earlier I was in a much smaller place called the University of Science in Bangalore. I asked the ChatGPT to write a play about AICTE. Because I wanted to know how much ChatGPT understands about All India Council for Technical Education. In 10 seconds, believe me, a beautiful poem in English came out with 8 stanzas covering every work AICTE does. So we human beings are not very happy. Okay, I said, concise this into 4 stanzas. I wanted to see how it does. So again, in another 5 to 10 seconds, it came out beautifully. Then I said, write it in Hindi. So a Hindi poem came out in 10 seconds, so beautifully crafted. I actually have the Hindi version of AICTE, poem on AICTE. Why I am saying this to you is, we always thought as a generation, as a human beings, that poetic job comes through your genes, or it can't be acquired job skill. Poet has to be on his own, like this, sitting under a tree or on the top of the hill, he will roll out these poems. But now, ChatGPT can do that very easily. So ChatGPT has taken the job of a poet. So that clearly says that ChatGPT kind of tools, there are thousands of them now, can take any job which are there in the industry, which depends on data and memory. So human beings have to be beyond that. But on the scale of this, only some specific countries were worried about it, but in India we did not see much of a problem. We never even felt it. It's not like in the 80s, when computers came in, the entire country was locked because of strikes by the bank employees. Okay? Y2K we little improved. There was a buzz, a lot of media people made an issue, and many companies had issues, but I think people were taking it lightly. But when it comes to AI, we never even noticed it. But such an evolution artificial intelligence has brought. It's brought diverse application across various sectors, including healthcare, finance, manufacturing, transportation, retail, education, agriculture, energy and utilities, e-governments, media and entertainment, sports, judiciary, real estate, construction, hospitality. It's not like any area. AI has penetrated and interspersed. AI is going to create over 97 million new jobs by 2026. 2 years. is going to create new jobs of 97 million jobs. This underscores the significant role AI is envisaged to play in shaping the future of work. So the future of work would be definitely where AI is going to play a major role. And definitely innovation is also going to boom. So AICTE's Ministry's Innovation Council, we have supported at 7,500 institutions, Institute Innovation Councils. This year we have taken a resolution to make that every college should have an Institute Innovation Council and an idea space where experts like you should go talk to the young kids about startups, entrepreneurial activities and new ideas. AICTE is also conducting large number of hackathons, and majority of those hackathons are attended by AICTE's institute students. They are winners. So hackathons, like India Singapore hackathon, UNESCO, we are also conducting internationally. Largest number of people are participating in the AICTE's hackathon across the world. I am not talking about just India. And which has also supported activities in creating IP, intellectual property. 8,000 patents have been filed by our engineering college. People who are involved in innovation in just 2 years. 8,000. So we are the fifth largest country in innovation, and as you know, in a global innovation index, our country has jumped from 81, 82 rank to 40 now. So, friends, large number of opportunities are there for all our young people. This is Amrut Call. So we need to include AI-based curriculum into our academies, and also we have to change the way we give our assignments, problems, statements, projects, because otherwise they will submit. ChatGPT is prepared assignments to you. You have to be aware that ChatGPT is assignment. Books are actually can be written in about 10-15 minutes. Books on specific areas can be written by ChatGPT, which is better than there is no even plagiarism also. Please check that. You ask ChatGPT to check plagiarism, it will give you correctly. There is no plagiarism also. That means it is better than human beings. Better than human beings, ladies and gentlemen. So, where should we go? We should actually focus on skilling, research and innovation. That is why it's a golden time. At that time, very thought-provoking national education policy is coming. So it's all for all our advantage, keeping this area in view. We also created a working group, how AI is going to change the landscape. Jointly with the Ministry of Education, the working group has actually given a fantastic document on AI. We are going to upload it soon on our website, please look for it. Another area where AICTE has done fantastically is technical book writing. See, we have made technical books, as I told you, in management we have signed up an MOU with IGNOU. But engineering textbooks, diploma and the undergraduate engineering programs, textbooks are written in English first through top-notch professors from IITs and NITs and IIMs, triple ITs, and all such institutions. And these textbooks have been converted already to 13 different languages using our AI deep learning tool. And all of these are uploaded in e-Guru portal at AICTE. I want to tell you that in the last 4 months, 5 lakhs downloads of these textbooks have happened by 67 countries. I was wondering why countries, different countries which are having different mother tongue, downloading our Odia books, Malayalam, Tamil books, in technical books, in diploma engineering. So that's the kind of area we are all in. So we need to keep upgrading the model curriculum. That is one important step because we need to have industry relevant. So to do that, we have also created some activities. For example, as I told you, technical education in regional languages, implementation of mandatory mentor-mentee scheme. We wanted to also encourage all our young people. And we have also created a new Margadarshan scheme, AICTE, please look at that, to handhold tier 2 and tier 3 institutions. We fund actually for institute, we guide. We have also created distinguished professional where industries have been included now. Earlier it is called distinguished professors, but now it is called distinguished professional scheme where even without a PhD you can be a distinguished professional with industry experience. Please look for those schemes where you can contribute. And also AICTE will pay some honorarium for doing their job at different institutions across the country. And we are also explicitly promoting research promotion schemes, postdoctoral fellowship to increase the research and innovation. And one more thing I would like to, professors of practice is also being introduced by UGC as well as AICTE. And last but not the least, to encourage core engineering in regional, particularly in the remote areas and towns of India. We have already created, but we have yet to launch AICTE placement portal. We have got 2,000 companies have come forward to offer jobs to our rural and tribal area kids. So that is one initiative which we are taking immediately. And other important issue which we are taking up is the assessment of our student. Student learning assessment, because learning is going to be the key aspect of it. So, PARAK, our student learning assessment, is being taken as a major project, even merit, under merit, that is, you all know TECH 2, 3. So now it is called merit from World Bank, has recognized the work of AICTE on student learning assessment, which we started with Stanford. And today, large number of 5 lakhs questions are there. It's a very unique evaluation assessment of student, their learning assessment. So this is going to be the new methodology for assessing learning assessment. We are also training teachers for that. So our FDPs, faculty development programs, are also taken a very leapfrog. We have basic FDPs, advanced FDPs, and leadership FDPs. So I would request all of you to involve in some of them offering through AICTE, because leadership FDPs are very critical. So, and our internship policy we have made it compulsory, but I still see a lot of colleges not following. But I'm very happy to tell you, AICTE internship portal has 2.5 crore registered verified users. 77,000 companies are listed there. Students can search for jobs, and even industry can search for the interns, private interns from that portal. Please register. We are also focusing on examination forms. So that is very, very critical in this chain, Yuga, Amritka, whatever we call it. So thank you for patiently listening to me and giving you some ideas about what AICTE does. And I thought this is an excellent time for all of us. And we can definitely, if we play our cards well, in another 10 to 15 years or 25 years, by when we are celebrating our 100 years of independence, there is a good chance that India could be a Vishwa Guru. But at the same time, we have to remember that we have to be givers also. So I suggest that we have a universal human value course at AICTE. I suggest try to look at that and adopt that in even MBA courses. Universal human value courses are excellent. There are 6 courses already available in AICTE portal, SWAYAM. So you don't need to even have a teacher. You can start asking students to take that course. But make that as a part of your credit system. Very beautiful courses are there. That's very important. Our students learn about the human values as well when they are on the bench. With these few words, thank you very much. I wish you the very best of the convention. Good luck. Namaskar. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Wow. Wasn't that an interesting one? Well, they say learn from experiences, be it yours, be it others. And Sir has definitely had a very, very unique experience in his life, and I think we should all learn from that. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, again, a big round of applause for Mr. Sitharam. Well, we have few of our former presidents who have their sir, coming to the podium. Let's have the felicitation, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to felicitate our former presidents. So presidents, kindly be ready. And I request Mr. Dr. Sitharam and Mr. A V Varadharajan to kindly felicitate them. Let's begin with Professor J Philip, the founder president in the year 1988 to 1992. Dr. Ashok Joshi, sir, please manch pe aa jaएं. President of the year. Thank you. Dr. Ashok Joshi, President, year 1999 to 2000. And also, Professor J Philip, he has a flight to catch. So, he's going to be leaving now. That is Dr. Ashok Joshi. Next, I'd like to invite Dr. Shekhar Chaudhary. He was the president from 2006 to 2007. Sir, please manch pe aa jaएं. Dr. Shekhar Chaudhary. And request Professor Uday Salonki to kindly come to the stage. He was the president in the year 2007 to 2008. Professor M. R. Rao, President in 2008 to 2009. She was the president for the year 2009-2010. That's Professor Shifali Gautam. Next we'll have Professor Mohammad Masood Ahmed. Yes, we have Mr. Shekhar Chaudhary on the stage. He was the president for the year 2006-2007. Dr. D.Y. Patil, can we have him on the stage, please? He was the president for the year 2012-2013. Next we have Dr. Apurva Palkar, the president from 2013 to 2014. Next I request Professor Upinder Dhar, please manch pe aa jaye. He was the president for the year 2014 to 2015. Next, I'd like to request Dr. V Srividya, who is the president for the year 2016-2017. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not happening. I request you all to give them a huge round of applause. They were the pillars of the support of AIMS, and we are felicitating them. So yes, thank you. Next we'll have Mr. Ratan Sharma, or I should say Dr. Ratan Sharma. So can we have him on the stage? He was the president for the year 2018 to 19. Now I'd like to request Dr. Ajit Singh Devi, the president of the year 2021 to 2022, to kindly come up on the stage. Well, the president of the year 2022-23 is on the stage already, Dr. Nandagopal. We have Dr. Parag Kalkar on the stage. He's the treasurer for the year 2022-23. So please manch pe aa jaye. After which I request Mr. Sudhir Sharma. He's the regional vice president North 2022-23 to kindly come up to the stage. Next, I request Dr. Patra, the Regional Vice President East, to kindly come up to the stage. Next, I request Dr. G Sitharam, the Regional Vice President West, to kindly come up to the stage. I'd like to request Professor P. Narayana, Regional Vice President South, to kindly come up on the stage. And this is all for the year 2022 and 23. I'd like to request Professor Nandagopal to kindly come up to the stage. Professor Anand. Dr. Prashanth, can we have you on the stage as well? Next, I'd like to request Professor S. Sarkar to kindly manch pe aa jaye. Next, I'd like to request Mr. S. George, LG. Can we have you on the stage, please? I'd like to request Dr. Ganesh Rao to kindly come up on the stage. I request Dr. Anmol to kindly come up to the stage as well. Dr. G Mishra. Dr. S. Durga Prasad, can we have you on the stage? Next we'll have Professor V Ramesh. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Next on stage is Professor Srinivas Acharya. Can we have him on the stage? He's not here with us. Dr. Suhas. Dr. Suhas Patnikar, can we have you on the stage? Professor S.S. Prasad, can we have you on the stage, please? Dr. Ibn Nair. Dr. Ibn Nair was busy taking pictures. I hope you're clicking hers as well. I'd like to request Dr. Vijay R. Page to kindly come up to the stage. Dr. Srividya is already on the stage. I request Father George to kindly come up to the stage. Father George is here? Name? Mr. N. Venkatesh, can we have you on the stage as well? He is the Executive Secretary for the year. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for all our former presidents and our board members for this year as well. Thank you so much, sir. Well, it's time for the keynote speaker and his keynote address as well. Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya, at present, is the editorial director at Business Standard, a leading business newspaper of the country. He is based in New Delhi. He has been an economic journalist for the last 4 decades. He was a former General Secretary of Editors Guild of India. He won the Shriram Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Financial Journalism in the year 2017. He is the author of The Rise of Goliath, 12 Disruptions That Changed India, and his second book, India's Finance Ministers from Independence to Emergency. So ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Bhattacharya.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Normally, management, education is all about managing time. And I think we are behind schedule. So therefore, what I will do is I will try to cut short what I had thought I would speak and try to be as brief as possible. At the beginning, I would, Dr. Sitharam, Chairman of All India Council of Elective Education, you delivered a wonderful address. I thought we'd touch upon all the key issues. Thank you very much. Mr. Dr. Nandagopal, who is the President of the Association of Indian Management Schools, you also touched upon a very key issue, which I will again come over. Dr. Srividya, and unfortunately Professor Philip, whom I admire because of his vast experience, and I had the pleasure of talking to him earlier also, is unfortunately not here, but let me and faculty members, experts, ladies and gentlemen. Very good evening to you all, it's my privilege to deliver what is called the keynote address before such an august gathering, comprising the best minds traversing the world of business schools in India. The dictionary meaning of the word keynote defines it as a central idea. A keynote address, therefore, is very important speech that introduces the main issues and ideas relevant to a conference. I'm indeed honored to have been chosen by the Association of Indian Management Schools to deliver this keynote address, not just because of the stature of the organization or the eminent people before whom I present my thoughts, but also because the subject that I have chosen for the conference, and this subject, as you all know, is management education, harnessing the new paradigm. Let me state at the outset that the timing of this discussion could not have been more appropriate. The world is going through tectonic changes. The world of management education has not been spared by those changes either. Therefore, it will be important for us to understand what forces are at work that are behind the creation of the new paradigm. So what I will do in the next few minutes is to outline a perspective, purely a perspective of a non-B school person of what are those forces at work that are behind the creation of this new paradigm, which I believe the world of B schools, world of management schools must deal with. In the final part of my address, what I will do is I will delve into the nature and attributes of this new paradigm and what we need to be mindful of in facing up to the upcoming challenges, particularly for management education. So what are those tectonic changes which have brought about a change in this paradigm? I think I will try to, in brief, just touch upon 4 of those factors. The first obvious change is caused by the COVID pandemic. COVID is mercifully gone away, although there are some traces of it still left in some parts of the world. But I think it has left an indelible print on the way we do our business. It has changed and continues to change the way we communicate with people and has changed the way we actually live. And I don't think it's going away. It was therefore to be expected that the business of management education too would be impacted by the pandemic. And indeed, the entire education sector had faced new challenges and explored new opportunities. And I would just here now, there are several batches of students, not just in management schools, but across the world, across the country, which have actually completed their courses, completed their education, without ever, most probably, attending a physical class. They are all done through in a non-physical online environment. The second change that has happened because of the COVID in the teaching environment is what I believe was a symbiotic and a two-way communication channel in the world of education. That was replaced by a technology intermediated, largely one-way communication. I would not say completely, but substantially, because the technology did not allow that. And third change that happened was that it did create a deeper divide in the economic hemisphere of society. In a sense that online education did create problems between what are called the elites and the not-so-elites. This focus on online education is going to be a challenge, and it has been a challenge in the other parts of society, system, industry, management of offices, and I do believe that the business of management education will also have to deal with this challenge, that whether online education should be continued, and if it is to be continued, should it expand, and how should it expand, and how do you make sure that the adverse impact of what I believe is a very non-equitable aspect of online education should be tackled. And the third element of the post-COVID led management education impact was how the student exchange took a hit. There was a beautiful study which is done by the University of California, Berkeley, which brought out how the teachers themselves felt deprived of their learning from what students discuss with other students in the classroom in a physical environment. And I think the onset of online education does take away a lot of learnings, a lot of realizations, a lot of takeaways that the students themselves discover and realize while they are in a physical education environment. Now, given these advantages and disadvantages mainly, I think the online education system in a post-COVID world needs to be reviewed, reassessed properly. I'll come back to it later, but let me first go with the second big tectonic change that I talked about in the beginning, out of the four big tectonic changes. And the second big disruptive change or tectonic change, which is Dr. Sitharam mentioned, which is technology. We all know how ChatGPT has become, artificial learning has become almost everywhere. Artificial learning, machine learning, artificial intelligence and machine learning, everything has become a kind of a byword. And whether education as such is trying to stay away from it or refusing to recognize it, I think the younger students, the students in general, have actually, without our knowing perhaps, have already embraced it. We are not even realizing what changed, and Dr. Sitharam very correctly pointed out that while in this room, maybe we are still a little agnostic about ChatGPT, but you go out into the lower age brackets, ChatGPT is something that has already begun disrupting their lives, disrupting the way they learn, and disrupting the way they communicate. And we have not yet come to terms to dealing with some of the questions that artificial intelligence or ChatGPT, etc. have posed. What should be the approach to embracing technology in the education sector? Technology that that actually cut short what used to be the traditional academic format. Should technology be allowed to be an enabler, or should it be treated as an intruder? The heart of the problem in the technology in the education sector, and so is in various other software-related sectors, which is the intellectual software-related, like media, entertainment, is the age-old conflict between ownership and access. And how do you make sure that access also results in ownership? In a ChatGPT, it is very easy to create a speech based on whatever guideline you may give that enhances your access. But the spirit of education is also about ownership of that knowledge. Now, does artificial intelligence, machine learning, these tools, ChatGPT, allow you to help acquire that ownership, or just gives you the access? So I think this is very important, that how do you deal with the challenge of ChatGPT in the academic world, in the education world? How do we treat, if the students present an answer sheet which is purely based on a ChatGPT answer, how do we think that the academia or the pedagogy should actually reorient itself to deal with this new challenge? This, to my mind, is much more devastating. It can be devastating than what is going to be disruptive. I'll just take 10 more minutes. Don't worry. Yeah. So the third big change is the government, and I think in the post-COVID world, the government has got bigger, and but has it led a bigger government? If I give you the figures, because of time I'm not giving you the figures, the size of the governments in the post-COVID world has gone up by a third, not just in India, but globally. But if you look at the education budgets of all the governments in the world, the education outlays have not kept pace with that government being bigger. So is there some disconnect here? Do we need to worry about it? Along with that, the regulation, which has become far more effective, but it needs also to take note of the kind of changes that are taking place because of technology. And the fourth big change is the rise of the alternative education centers. In plain language, it is the coaching industry, and I think it's a fight that appears to have largely conceded by the traditional education institutes. We are not recognizing what are the socio-economic factors that are at play. We are not realizing that in a world where opportunities are getting fewer, the race for getting a seat in a high-profile education institutions are getting tougher and tougher. So therefore, there is a maddening pace of spread of the coaching industry. Now, as a result, the challenge for the traditional education sector is, how do you make sure that the coaching industry is actually complementing the goals that the traditional education sector is trying to achieve, or should it supplant the coaching industry? This is a very, very serious issue to my mind. Now, all the four elements of the disruption that I mentioned have changed that paradigm. And the fact of the matter is, the lure of online education has continued even after COVID. There is also a educator's dilemma of the real estate, the economic factors at work. There is also a question of how do you deal with that technology revolution, which to my mind has been addressed in a half-hearted manner. Therefore, we need an integrated and coherent approach. The response to the regulatory change also needs to be a little more coherent so that the regulation as well as the participants, the stakeholders are on the same page. On all these four fronts, post-COVID scenario, technology and regulation, the management education industry must do some introspection and evolve an integrated and coherent approach to deal with these challenges. On post-COVID scenario and technology, the dialogue, in my view, should be internal. But on regulation, the dialogue has to be with the regulators and the government. And for fighting the fourth challenge of the rise of the coaching industry of the alternate education centers, the dialogue has to be internal within the education institutions, as also the dialogue has to be within the government and regulators. But there is no escape from a dialogue if the challenges arising out of the new paradigm have to be met squarely by the management education industry. I'll stop here. Thank you.
That was again a very interesting one. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request you all to kindly give it up again for Mr. A V Varadharajan. That was quite an impactful speech. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to release the convention proceedings, and I request Mr. Sitharam, our chief guest, to kindly release the proceedings. And Bhattacharya sir, I request you to kindly join them as well. Yes, and I would request them to give the first copy to our former presidents, Mr. Ashok Joshi. Can we have you on the stage? Professor Rao, former president, ISB, can we have you on the stage as well? Mr. Shekhar Chaudhary, please much Rajan. And Mr. Uday Salonke, former president, AIMS, Group Director, Wellington Group. Can we have you all on the stage, please?
Background posters should come book releasing. These are series of books from the convention proceedings.
function. Thank you all very, very, very much for being with us. Is that a special round of applause for the students? Well, we are not done yet. We are not done yet. We have a short break of 20 minutes, and after which I request you all to kindly come back because we have a next technical panel discussion in next 15 minutes. We're going to have a technical session for which I request you all to kindly be here. And after that, we have the celebration. We have a cultural program by the PSG students. So stay tuned and I will see you all in 15 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the refreshments are being served right outside the hall. The refreshments are not allowed inside, only water.
evening actually, but second announcement request. Can I please ask all the members of the audience to come back to the hall? We will start the next session. We are ready to start the next session, and we are also to take the session on V Srividya.
I request you all to kindly sit down. Students, faculty. Right, it's time to introduce our panelists. We have Mr. K Ilango, who is the moderator of the panel discussion. Sir, very welcome. Yes, a round of applause, please. We want to I request you all to give a huge round of applause to our panelists. Mr. K Ilango is the Managing Director of RSM Autokast Ltd, which manufactures auto components for the domestic and global markets. He was the founder president of the Coimbatore Chapter and the chairman of CII Coimbatore Zone. He was the former president of Quadra and the managing director of Quadra Industrial Park Ltd from 2019 to 2021. He is the treasurer of Quadra ITECH Technology Center. He was the national president of Roundtable India, as well as the chairman of the Asia Pacific region of Roundtable International and World Council of Service Clubs and Roundtable International. He is at present a trustee and a chairman of the Roundtable India Foundation, ladies and gentlemen, and he has another liking towards farming. He is an organic farmer and is keen nature and wildlife conservative. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. K Ilango. So very warm welcome. It's an honor for us to have you here with us. In our panel discussion, we have Mr. A V Varadharajan. He had his early education at District Board Elementary School and High School education at SRN Vidyalaya. After completing his BE, he was absorbed in the foundry department of PSG Industrial Institute, and after 3 years of service, he became an entrepreneur to start a foundry of his own. South India Sanford, in the year 1962, with a media capital, and subsequently this has become Sanford Foundry Private Limited. Well, there is lots about Varadharajan, sir. Let me tell you, we are so privileged to have you here with us. Thank you so much for being here with us. He is the member of the committee constituted by RBI to study the flow of credit to small industries. Well, he is the chairman and managing director of Quadra Industrial Park Ltd, Coimbatore. Mr. Varadharajan has been presented with many awards, including the Best PR Person Award by the Public Relations Society of India, for the Sake of Honor Award of Rotary International by the Rotary Club of Coimbatore Central, Guardian of Small Industries by Tamil Nadu Small and Tiny Industry Association, Good Industrial Relationship Award by the Government of Tamil Nadu for his unit Sanford Foundry Private Limited. So please put your hands together for Mr. A V Varadharajan. Next, in the panel discussion, we have Mr. R Varadharajan, who is a pioneer in conceiving project and conducting trade fair in South India. INTECH 1988 was the first trade fair which was held in South India. The first permanent trade fair complex in South, which was Korea Trade Fair Complex, which was established under his leadership, which was also his dream project. Mr. R Varadharajan is presently a whole-time director of Rajshree Sugars and Chemical Ltd and has been associated with the company since its inception in 1987. He was the chairman of CII, which I'm sure everybody is aware of, Confederation of Indian Industry, Coimbatore Zone, and convener of the Agribusiness Panel of Tamil Nadu State Council and also Coimbatore Zone. So, very, very warm welcome to you. Next, we have Mr. Prashanth Subramanian. He is the co-founder and an executive director of Quadra Systems.net Private Limited. Well, Quadra has an unmatched track record of being recognized as Microsoft's Global Partner of the Year for 19 consecutive years. Mr. Prashanth is also the past chairman of CII. He is the member of CII Tamil Nadu State Council and co-chair of the Tamil Nadu CEO Forum. Sir, very, very warm welcome to you. Thank you so much for being here with us. And an interesting fact is, ladies and gentlemen, they are the alumni of PSG. All of them. Sir, we request you to kindly take it forward from here. Our moderator is all set. Please go ahead.
Thank you for the introduction. At the outset, on behalf of the industries of Coimbatore, I welcome all the delegates who are from out of Coimbatore to this wonderful city of Coimbatore. I have with us here 3 generations of entrepreneurs who have transformed the landscape, industrial landscape of Coimbatore in their own way. The event team is harnessing the new paradigm, which deals with the changes and transformation, which is the only constant. The growth of Coimbatore as an industrial center is linked to such transformations. Right from the time of independence or even during pre-independence days, Coimbatore has grown significantly in the industrial arena. Its ability to change and grow was always linked to a crisis situation. After every crisis, the transformation took place and then the growth happened multifold. So, having experienced such transformation, we are here to present the experiences which the 3 generations of entrepreneurs here have experienced in their lifetime and their views on how things will change and how they propose to adopt it. So firstly, I would like to address our 3 panel members and ask them a very basic question. Mr. A V Varadharajan has over 6 decades of experience in the industry, and first I'd like to ask him what his experiences in terms of such transformation which he's seen and how he was able to adopt to such transformation during the past.
Dear friends, I have great pleasure in participating in this function and to share my experiences or the Coimbatore story of development. You know, we have many metros, 4 or 5 metros. Apart from metros, there are about, like Coimbatore, there are about 100 metros.
But Coimbatore, how it has changed, it has made an impact
in the economic front of Tamil Nadu even. In entire Tamil Nadu, Coimbatore district tops per capita income, literacy rate, medical care, education, in all the fields Coimbatore is leading. Industry also. Industry is the base reason for all these things. What happened, this land, this was also a dry land, rain shadowed region. We don't have that much water facility. It's water scarcity area. And we never had a political patronage so far for the past 60 years since independence. In spite of that, we have grown. The first, what happened, around 1900 years and before that, 10 years before that, 1890, Robert Staines, one Englishman, started a textile mill in Coimbatore called Staines Mills. It was known, at that time, it was known as Staines Mills. And before that, the Coimbatore people were growing cotton, they were exporting through middlemen. But after Staines Mills' existence, Coimbatore cotton merchants have developed some sort of relationship and friendship with Staines. By that influence, about 6 mills were started within 10 years. 6 textile mills like Rangavilas, Lakshmi, Somasundara, and Radhakrishna, and so many mills. 5 or 6 mills. That has transformed the Coimbatore in the initial stage. At that time, even electricity was not there. Paikara came into existence after about 15 years afterwards, the existence of textile mills, establishment of textile mills. But by then, there was a scarcity because of scarcity of water. Agriculture is not a viable proposition here. So people have to dig wells to find water. And to pump the water, they needed pumps. Originally, pumps were imported from England. One or two of the companies in Coimbatore, they were able to make pumps. And small workshops, out of small workshops, and they could supply some spares to textile mills, and they were able to make pumps. Second, after about 10 years after making pump, G.D. Naidu and Balasundaram, 2 gentlemen, who have made a first motor in Coimbatore, in entire country. So that was, then the pumps and motors were coupled to pump water. That became a big business. Within another 15, that it has happened all in 40 to 60. After 60 to 80, Coimbatore became a pump center for the entire country, meeting the demand of 70% of the pump motor requirement. So all these things, all the development happened only because of the word of mouth message, acquaintance of the neighbor. Every day, when the textile mills were running at the time, number of mills were more at the time than today. We used to hear from 5 o'clock onwards, siren sounds all over the city. People start moving to mills in rows and rows, males and females, carrying tiffin boxes. That's a sight to watch. That is on that day onwards, on that time onwards, people developed to go to workplace in time, early morning. All the mills started and factories started by 7 o'clock. So the culture of maintaining punctuality started there. Because not only the entrepreneurs, the entrepreneur could develop the knowledge and the same because of his movement to his friends, relatives, and seeing somebody growing fast, he wanted to start something like that. Entrepreneurship, mindset of entrepreneurship grown here. But at the same time, the workers of this region were developed the skills very quickly. We had around 1960, you had a very big group of skilled workforce in Coimbatore. That is used to say at that time, even 70s, in the Hindu, then there was an article, technology was available in the streets of Coimbatore. So all those things together, one by one, first motors and pumps, then the consumer items came. When consumer came, the furniture industry made a big impact in the Coimbatore, steel furniture. That is also low technology area. All the items manufactured at that time. Wet grinder was invented in Coimbatore. You know about the wet grinder. Many of you from North India may not be knowing. Wet grinder was invented in Coimbatore. It has flourished a big business. Jewelry in Coimbatore is a big business. So all people cooperated together, and the spirit of entrepreneurship has grown, and we have developed without the assistance of any big factory, big institution in Coimbatore or big government factory or public sector undertaking. Nothing is there in Coimbatore, but Coimbatore has developed on its own. So thanks to our ancestors, thanks to our past entrepreneurs, we have to hats off to them. But afterwards, after 1960, 70, 80, there was a growth. Until then, it was only low technology products they were making. After 60, even engineering industry, textile industry, they transformed to precision, sophisticated products they start making. So that we have, because of that, no city in India had at one time more than one engineering college. Coimbatore had the blessings of having 3 engineering colleges at a time. There was a polytechnic before that, 10 years before the engineering college existed, 10 years before a polytechnic was established. The Coimbatore people has got the opportunity to become engineers. After 60, 70, when engineers, second generation people came and joined the seniors, they started developing their development was put in a fast track, and they were able to develop very many products. That is, today, any product you take, as far as engineering is concerned, Coimbatore has a capability to manufacture any component or a machine or an equipment to the satisfaction of the market, to the satisfaction of the multinational companies, in competition with the multinational companies. That is the capacity of the Coimbatore. I would like to congratulate the entrepreneurs of Coimbatore. I am also very proud to be a co-entrepreneur who has grown along with them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your experience on the Coimbatore story, as we call it. Talking about the engineering capability that you mentioned about, in fact, in the recent Chandrayaan mission, about half a dozen companies from Coimbatore have contributed significantly to the mission itself, both in the rockets as well as in the rover. Now, I'd like to turn my attention to Mr. Varadarajan. Mr. Varadarajan, you are virtually, in terms of the industrialization of Coimbatore, after post-independence, you belong to the second generation. So you are associated with the greenfield sugar industry, and you must have experienced a lot of transformation during your, in this industry. How did you handle it, and can you share some of your experiences?
Thank you, Mr. Ilango, for this, and thank you, AIMS, for giving me this opportunity to be here this evening. Yes, that's a very interesting question, because while I am from a little more modern times than my senior colleague, Dr. A V Varadharajan, but I'm still pre-Google and pre-STD dialing systems. You know that I doubt whether many people in this hall even know what I'm talking about, when we could dial directly from wherever we are to any part of the country. And I'm not even talking to any part of the country where I could dial from a district in this state to another district. Now, I came before that, and we were trying to set up a sugar factory. You will appreciate that sugar factories are never near any town. We are as far away from civilization as possible, because we need farms around us. Of course, civilization follows us afterwards. That's a different story. But we go there first, and we have no communication at all. Can you imagine, all of you put down your smartphones for the next half an hour? Don't look at it, don't touch it, imagine it's not existent. You will find it extremely difficult to do so. We lived without it, and we created projects without it. You talk of today IPOs, companies which have set up, and after they are extremely successful, they go for public issues. We were a company which started with a public issue. We had no story to tell. We had to create a story to tell of a promise of a sunrise industry. Why? Because sugar is part of all your lives. Now you cannot do without it, so we said that if you need to increase the sugar industry, we needed to do this. And that is how we started with the public issue at a time when there were very few listed companies in the country and extremely few in this city and this state. To the extent that there was nobody in this town who could advise me as to how I could go for a public issue. I needed to go around hunting for information on that. Today you will find it very strange, because today if anything is demonetized, it is information. The question today is not information, it is knowing what is the right question to ask today. But in those days, we had all the questions, but we had no answers because there was nobody to tell us that. And so hunting for information used to be the greatest challenge. Now, being a rural industry entails a lot of challenges because you are working with farmers. You may or may not be aware, but in this country, except if you are a plantation industry, that is you are running tea plantations, coffee plantations, or rubber plantations, or spices, you cannot own land beyond 15 standard acres, because we have decided that nobody can corner land like that. So a sugar factory in India operates with thousands of farmers who each own an acre, 2 acres, 3 acres of land. So we have to bring all of them into a sort of a contract farming. That is, they have a tie-up with us, they have a legal contract with us, we are obligated to pick up that cane, and they have the right to expect a certain price even when they plant that cane. So this was all very new to this, to the process, because otherwise it was a very unorganized sector. So we were bringing organization into a very unorganized sector, bringing farmers into a tie-up with a corporate entity, which entails its own challenges. The biggest challenge used to be handling money. Today you wouldn't even think about it because you have GPay or any UPI system, so you don't even think about it. But even before UPI, you had ATMs. You could walk around to any corner, you will find an ATM. Now, I'm very proud to state that the sugar industry in Tamil Nadu, we were the pioneers in creating ATMs everywhere in the state because we needed it. We needed our farmers to access money. We needed our farm labor to access money. And there was no way to do it. Most of them were illiterate. So if they go to a bank and they have to write a challan to withdraw money, they don't know how to write it. Now, there will be some very enterprising business people, touts, who will come up and say, you pay me 10 rupees, I will write the form for you. Now, we needed to get them out of this because they were getting themselves hawked to people who were not part of the system. So we created, we went and spoke to the banks and told them, why don't you start ATMs outside each one of your branches? Before that, to move money from the bank to my factory to disburse the weekly cane payments, which is in hundreds of lakhs and hundreds, in many crores every week. We used to have a quasi-banking system where we needed to have an armed vehicle going up there and with an escort vehicle coming back. It was very complicated to do that. And you could be waylaid, anything could happen because it was not as if we were having a GPS tracker for these vehicles. We didn't even know what GPS was at that time, understand. There was no police stations in most of the rural areas. So we had to police it ourselves. So these were some challenges, but today, it becomes ubiquitous. You go around anywhere, you can find an ATM. And today you don't even need an ATM, as I said, because you have GPay. But we operated at that time. So these were some of the other challenges which we faced at that time, and we slowly overcame them by bringing slowly technology into the stream. Now, that technology helped to the extent that, the first computer I used in my office in 1987, when I was applying for financial assistance to set up my factory, was from DCM computers. The blessed thing broke down. It was one of those what is called 286 machines. It is such a museum piece today. None of you here would even know what I'm talking about. It used to operate on a MS-DOS platform, which means that you need to give it instructions by actually typing in the instructions using a keyboard. Typing in. That means you need to memorize all the instructions to give. And this blessed machine broke down the day before I was to submit my application in Chennai. And the DCM engineer came, he dismantled the computer. It was sitting, separate pieces, and put a fan onto it to cool it down, and we were trying to use it. This is how we created a financial report, right? And that was not too far back, it was only 1987. From there, fast forward, in another 3 years, technology changed so much, because in 91, we had the first subscriber trunk dialing, which means we could, at last, call directly to anybody we wanted. Before that, I used to put a call and wait for lightning to strike, because they had ordinary call, urgent call, lightning call. The lightning call will never strike. And they used to charge you a huge amount of money to get a lightning call. Now, once we had that, then we understand we still didn't have connectivity. The concept of internet connectivity was still unknown. Many things you take for granted today was unknown. So for us, a computer system was only a digital form of a manual recording system, but at least it was more accurate, it was more functional, information retrieval was better, but you needed to be on the spot. So we created the first crop management, cane management systems, because you'll appreciate that there was no such thing as code writers, and there was no such thing as computer engineers, and etc. So we were all self-taught. So my people learned, agricultural graduates learned how to use systems, how to write, how to become systems flowchart experts. And we worked with many companies at that time, and with HCL especially in Coimbatore, and created many of these systems. Now, I say all this because agriculture by itself is agriculture. The art of growing sugarcane doesn't change, because sugarcane is a natural commodity. It will take its own year-long cycle to grow. But what we brought in and what we had to bring in was the fact that if you tried to continue that industry the way it had been running the previous 50 years, we wouldn't be getting anywhere. Today, India is surplus in sugar. We're exporting sugar. We are producing ethanol, which is going into your cars. You know that today you're having a 10% blend of alcohol in all your petrol engines. Now, we are trying to make it 20% within the next 3 years. Now, all this has happened because we have been able to increase the sugar production, productivity, from a time when we were deficit. We were importing sugar. Some of your very elder people will remember, my elder friends here will remember, when you used to queue up to get a kilo of sugar in the free market. Today, well, you can order it on Swiggy, you can get a ton of sugar if you want. That is where we have come. And that is because of the amount of management thought which has gone into it, the amount of technology we have been able to integrate into these systems. It's been an exciting journey, no doubt about it. And I will wait for the next round to think of where we can go from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Varda, for sharing your experience. Now let's shift our attention to the non-trunk call booking generation. Information technology changed the face of this country. The IT revolution, which started in the late 90s, has transformed everything which we see around us. Communication, banking, finance, manufacturing, you name it, is changed. And today the changes are becoming much more drastic. We have Prashanth with us, who's from the IT generation, who's an IT entrepreneur, tech entrepreneur as we call them. And here he is here to share with us his experience on the transformation. IT industry is one of the fastest transforming industries, and you need to be adept to changes. So Prashanth, how do you manage it?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ilango. So, I think just to sum up what our esteemed panelists said, Mr. AVV talked about how the city evolved. Mr. AVV talked about how the city evolved and how we captured market share across various industries. And then Mr. Varadharajan in his own... Better now? And Mr. Varadharajan, in his own unique style, narrated how he went through the various travails as an entrepreneur, setting up a greenfield sugar factory to the time today. Well, I come from the tech industry, so which is probably responsible for a lot of the change and the transformation that you see right now. So, but I want to talk about two things. One, I want to talk about the transformation that has happened in the industry, which is happening in the industry and which is going to accelerate. Two, I also want to talk in the same breath, I also want to talk about something that's constant. And we'll see what, and you would normally believe, this sounds like a sort of an oxymoron, right? I mean, you talk about change and then you also talk about something being constant. So what is the answer here? So let me delve into that. The first is obviously change. And this is something like the industrial revolution that you saw a couple of 100 years back. When the steam engine made way for the electrical motor, it is just not a new source of energy. The entire factory layout changed. Earlier, you had to align your entire factory to the source of power, which is a steam engine or maybe a hydropower unit. And factories had to have a certain layout. But with the advent of the electric motor, it was democratized. People could keep and use power where they wanted, when they wanted, how they wanted. Today, we're seeing that same shift with technology, right? Technology is democratized, has leveled the playing ground, and has made this accessible, made technology or made the power of technology accessible to anybody. So the smartphone in your hand today can literally, give computing power or provide computing power that is several hundred multiples of the power that first put man on the moon. And since we are still, I would say, reveling in or basking in the glory as a nation of our first soft moon landing, Chandrayaan, it is sometimes, amazing to think that the phone that you have doesn't have to be a new phone. It could be a 5-year-old phone. That 5-year-old phone still has hundreds, if not thousands of more times processing power than the entire tech that put man on the moon. So that's the kind of change that we are seeing. And I sometimes feel that we don't appreciate this change or the transformation that we are seeing in and around our lives sometimes well enough. Now, why is this important, this transformation a bit important? And it's especially important to you because there are a lot of young students in the audience. You're all on the verge of venturing out into your careers, either as an entrepreneur or as a professional in the industry of your choice. But there's one thing that you're going to keep seeing happening more and more and more frequently, and that is change, right? And that will come at you faster than you can ever imagine. And it's important that you either allow yourself to be disrupted in the sense that you disrupt yourself, in which case you have control over the whole situation, or if not, if you get disrupted, allow yourself to get disrupted by somebody else, then that's the end of a career, or that's the end of a business model. So, and you've seen so many companies that were once storied names, the Nokias of the world, the Kodaks of the world. I mean, these are all legion. You all read enough and more about these in your management case studies. Now, why did these companies fail at what they were so good at? And believe me, none of these companies failed because they didn't know what's coming next. It's because they refused to accept what's coming next. It's not because they didn't know. They refused to absolutely accept it, and that made the huge impact, and literally resulting in them wiping out their business model overnight. So the message here really is you have to be the person who will disrupt yourself. Do it before anybody else will, or your competition, or any external force can. And that, I think, is the secret to making sure that you are in a career path or in a business model that can sustain over a period of time. Now, I said at the beginning of my conversation, I want to talk about a constant as well. And that constant sometimes is something that we miss out. So in 20 years of running a tech company, I have seen technology change beyond recognition, right? I wouldn't even recognize the technology that we used to help our customers with 20 years back versus the technology that we are today using. So in such a scenario, what has remained constant? The constant really here is, end of the day, the tech industry is here to solve customers' problems. They're there to provide an outcome for a business, and that has never changed. So, there's the contrast for you. All this change, all this transformation, all this tech coming on one side versus things that will still remain constant, right? These things don't change. We should not let sight of this fact that the basics of business, the basics of the economy are still exactly the same as they were even 100 years back. Basic needs are the same. Excuse me. What has changed is the tools that you used to deliver that result or to deliver that outcome. And if you learned how to master those tools and manage those tools, prevent them from disrupting you, then that's going to be a model where you can keep succeeding and do that again and again and again. So that's my take on transformation from possibly my generation.
Thank you, Prashanth, for going through that journey and explaining it to us. A.V. sir, you had started off your journey with almost nothing. You worked to pay for your education, but now you lead a group of companies with a turnover of more than 2,500 crores. I said you started off your journey with nothing, virtually. You worked to pay for your education. But now you lead a group of companies with a turnover of more than 2,500 crores, which is very remarkable. My question to you is that now many disruptions are going to take place, changes are going to be much more rapid in the future. What is the impact of such changes on your industry or the society or the industry in Coimbatore in general? And how do you think this has to be handled for the future?
Your question of how we are managing the transformation. As far as I am concerned, we are instrumental for transformation. Entrepreneurs enjoy transformation. The result of our work is the transformation. So we want to enjoy that. Every transformation, every step of transformation, every prosperous development, every development taking place in the society, we can be proud of it. We enjoy it. That's how I am looking at the transformation. But at the same time, here in Coimbatore, there are small industries, medium industries, and large industries. But the large industries played a very major role in improving or in raising the quality standards of small-scale industries in Coimbatore. It has played a very major role. I don't want to name any industry here. That's also one point. Another point I would like to tell to our younger audiences, we have seen the growth of Coimbatore, and the sky is the limit if an entrepreneur wants to grow. There is one definition I always like it. Who is an entrepreneur? An entrepreneur is one who is able to do something out of nothing. That must be the spirit of entrepreneur. There are a lot of opportunities, and the hundreds of industries making 1,000 crores and 2,000 crores in Coimbatore today had a very humble beginning in thousands and lakhs, 10 workers and 12 workers. They started with that. They have grown up. So that is the message I take it from Coimbatore and development. And if this model is made applicable to the entire country, that our country can become very powerful, what can I say, a superpower. Because in spite of our growth, our standard of living, our masses, even though we are a third biggest economy, when divided by the population, number of population, our standard of living is about less than 100 ranks. So there is a very good prospects because we are the biggest market in the world, next to China. Our own consumption, even now we import so many things that we need not import at all. So there is a tremendous amount of opportunities are in front of you, and it is up to you to utilize. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that word of wisdom to the youngsters and the next generation of entrepreneurs. I'll just turn my attention to Varadaraj once again. As they say, change is the only constant. There's another constant which Varadaraj will vouch for. That is the price of sugar. Price of sugar has been constant between 30 and 35 rupees at the factory gate and 35 to 40 rupees in the market for the last 25 years, maybe, or even more. Varda can correct me if I'm, yeah. And the export is banned. So what is the future of this industry? How do you plan to address the change? And not only of your industry, but also what do you prescribe for adopting to changes in general, which we are going to see as an entrepreneur?
Thank you. Yeah, that's the million-dollar question. What's going to be the price of sugar? I would like to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, that you're all now buying sugar at 40 rupees a kilo at the retail store. But you pay 65 rupees for rice, 120 rupees for tur dal, and 140 rupees for edible oil. Now, you can live without sugar, but you can't live without your dal chawal. Now, which is more important? Now, you buy 2 kilos of sugar a month, but 15 kilos of rice or wheat a month. Now, that's the million-dollar question. We are the only industry which is regulated, agricultural industry which is regulated in this country. Believe me when I say that. Because where a farmer and the industry has got a direct linkage. And he has got a contract which promises him the price he is going to get even before he plants. 11 months, 12 months down the line, he knows he will get this price. And there is a legislation which ensures that he will get that price. Otherwise, as occupier of the factory, I will be criminally prosecuted and arrested. Right? So I have the fear of the law against me. Now, in spite of all this, you may wonder, why am I in this business at all? Why should I take this? Which other industrialist takes such kinds of risks? Where you are compelled to pay a price, irrespective of whether you want to buy my sugar at the end of the day or not. Now, this is the biggest challenge we have in this industry, but in spite of which, we are an industry which can change politics, which politicians love, because you have a huge vote bank behind them, on both sides. Very recently, somebody in the Ministry of Food was telling me that, it's very ironical. The Ministry of Public Distribution, Consumer Affairs, and Food are all three under one minister. So when they have a meeting on increasing the cane price versus increasing the sugar price, you have the Ministry of Consumer Affairs on one side, and you have the Ministry of Food and Agriculture on the other side. But they're all departments inside the same ministry. So you have one side of the table championing increasing the sugar price, and the other side of the table which is championing increasing the cane price. The only thing is, somebody asks, the person who wants to increase the cane price says, I have got 5 crore farmers who are going to be affected if you don't increase the cane price. The consumer affairs person says, I have got 140 crore people who are going to be affected if you raise the sugar price. So, who wins? Obviously. Hands down, the consumer affairs department wins. So sugar price remains at 45, whereas cane price keeps going up. Wonderful. So on one hand, somebody dictates the price which I pay for my raw material, and on the other hand, artificially you keep a band on what will be the price of sugar, because there is a dictate as to how much sugar I can sell every month. I cannot sell less than that in the market. So there is an order which will come out. this month, they have released excess sugar also. So that the 2.5 million tons of sugar has to be sold by the end of this month, which means you're constantly making sure there is never a shortage, which is very good. I don't think any of you ever wondered as to when you'll get sugar in your coffee or tea. It's always there. It's actually, most of you now say, I don't want sugar. It's come to that point. So how do we survive? That's a very good question. We have shifted to other byproducts. Today, I was just briefly mentioning to you about ethanol. The alcohol, which earlier in this country was going only for the drinking sector. We were one of the countries, obviously every country depends on alcohol revenue as its highest income. And there's nothing to say against it, except for a couple of states which have practiced or attempted practicing prohibition. Rest of the states live on alcohol revenue. I'm talking of drinking alcohol revenue, because irrespective of how much tax you put on it, you will still buy alcohol to drink. Because you need it to enjoy something, you need it to drown your sorrows also. There's always a necessity for alcohol. Just as much as petrol prices, however much you increase, you're not going to decrease your usage of petrol. Similarly, the only other thing which is taxed, and the first product in the world which was taxed was alcohol, and continues to be the highest tax. Now here, we have now found an alternative use for alcohol other than just drinking. So we are now able to increase productivity of the fields, and therefore we are shifting now the entire focus has shifted to ethanol as a fuel additive. Therefore, we are trying to reduce your foreign exchange outflow from the country, which is huge, which is something like 1.6 lakh crore every year for importing crude. Now, instead of which, we are trying, at least now we are trying to reduce 20% of that bill. Now, we have to have a combination of both sugarcane and grain. Now, of course, grain, you always have this issue whether you can use grain for alcohol, because then what happens if you don't have enough food? That fear is always there. But I think our Indian productivity, agricultural productivity, is going up quite substantially. We have got better seed material now. We have got better agricultural practices. We have got more scientific methods, and especially post-harvest losses. Because India was one of the countries which we were losing 38% of post-harvest losses. It's not that we were not growing. We were not able to preserve because of most of the produce is being produced in rural areas. If you may talk about refrigeration. You tell me where is the power for it? And if there is power in tail end, rural areas, in rural feeders, you will find that the power quality is so poor. Quality is poor means that means the voltage will be so poor that no heavy-duty refrigeration system will work. So it was impossible to sustain the produce. So today we are trying to bring down post-harvest losses. We have brought it down to about now 32%. It's still a long way off to bring it down to 15%, which is the millennial goal. Which is one of the millennial goals for the world. Because the whole world, this is a problem. Because we produce enough for everybody. But the problem is, how do we preserve it and how do we distribute it? Now, coming to this industry, we are supporting it because now slowly we are shifting to alcohol. Now, as we keep going, today we are producing about 4.6 billion liters. That is how much? 460 crore liters of alcohol. Now we are trying to push that. Now we really need about 800 crore, about 8 billion liters of alcohol only from the sugar industry to keep this ethanol program going, with another about 6 billion, about 600 crore liter coming from the grain sector. So we need to invest another 17,500 crores into only increasing the capacity for ethanol production. That is the amount of opportunity out there. Now, we need political will, and we need continued growth of all sectors, because that will go, because fuel is never going to be reduced. You'll only be trying to increase it. And this is one way, because, of course, I'm talking with the advent of electric vehicles, electric mobility, etc., because where we also contribute in a way, because we produce green power, we use the waste material after sugar processing to run high-pressure boilers, and we run turbines which we produce power. It's green power, completely green power. As a matter of fact, my company was the first clean development mechanism under the Kyoto Protocol in the sugar industry in this country in 2005, which was earning carbon credits even at that time. Now, of course, in 2012, carbon credits died. Now, again, 2015, it's been revived under the Paris Agreement. And hopefully, the country is now going towards voluntary reduction of power consumption. All of us, all industries are going to be under the same aegis. And we are pioneers in that because we were already producing green power, and we will continue to try to increase it. So the opportunities will be that you cannot stick to the same product. Yes, sugar will always be there because you can't do without your sugar. You can't do without your cakes. You can't do without everything. And just as a matter of interest, you will be surprised to know that 70% of all sugar in this country is sold only to the bulk users. It goes to the confectioners, it goes to all the beverage manufacturers, Coca-Cola, Britannia. Have you ever seen anybody reducing their price? No. It's only 30% which goes to the consumer, and out of that, 10% is given through the public distribution system at a heavily subsidized price. It's only 20% which you are really buying directly in a retail store. So I see a scope for increasing that price as the time goes on, hopefully. But yes, we need to change. Where we have changed is that we are now using better technology to predict how our crops can grow. We have satellite mapping systems today, which tells us exactly how soil conditions are, whether soil fertility is, and we are able to use better field, that is mobile labs for doing field analysis. We have better methods of keeping track of records. So agricultural practices are improving, so productivity increases, and therefore production will increase, and we are finding alternative uses. For all these crops, you can keep producing more and more alcohol, which can go into your cars. And Nitin Gadkari on 29th of August is releasing India's first 100% flexible fuel engine from Toyota, which is a Toyota Innova. It can use 100% petrol or 100% alcohol or any ratio in between. It doesn't matter what you pour. One place you get 100% alcohol, you can use alcohol. Next place you don't get alcohol at all, you can pour petrol in. This is the first engine. It's coming out on the 29th of August. So you see, there is change, and there is need for all segments of industry to participate in it. And therefore, you are not going to stop drinking sugar or, coffee or tea. Neither are you going to stop eating ice creams or cake. And therefore, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, as long as you do that, I am here.
Thank you, Varadha. Nice to see the optimism in you in spite of all the challenges and a looming failed monsoon. Anyway, let's see how things work out. Prashanth, we are running out of time since we are already late. I'll just ask you a quick question on a very favorite subject of yours. You were the chairman of CII last year, and you plan to transform the industrial scenario and the city and the entire ecosystem here with your mission of Coimbatore Next. You've done a lot of homework on that, and I think it'll be nice if you can share with the audience your plans as to how transformation is going to help improve and change the city and this environment around it.
Thank you. So for those of you who haven't heard of Coimbatore Next, basically Coimbatore Next is a mission to reimagine the economic potential of this region through sustainable and inclusive growth. And the idea is to make Coimbatore one of Asia's fastest growing tier 2 cities. Now, why do we need such an initiative? You heard Mr. AVV talk about the rich economic heritage of Coimbatore. You heard Mr. Varadarajan talk about how they built a successful, one of India's most well-known sugar factory. So, does Coimbatore need something like Next? The answer, I think, is also in the theme of the day, harnessing the new paradigm. So Coimbatore has always been traditionally successful in core industries: manufacturing, textiles, foundries, engineering, education, right? But the challenge also has been, are we shifting fast enough to some of the more quickly evolving, the more rapidly evolving new business models? So look at some of these facts. Coimbatore was the first to produce an electric motor, but we are not in the leadership position when it comes to EVs, electric vehicles. We are not the first when it comes to battery technology. We were one of the first or the pioneers in solar. We had solar manufacturing units in Coimbatore long before it became fashionable. But at the same time, today we are not in the pole position in any of these, these sunrise industries, electronics. So that brought about this initiative. We also realize that traditional industries in Coimbatore are also sort of hitting a glass ceiling in terms of where are they? There are a few which have broken through and have become truly world-renowned brands, right? And no, many of Mr. ABV's group companies, fit that mold. But if this has to percolate down to the entire industry, to the entire ecosystem, then I think we need to have a rallying call, a sort of vision as to what should come next, and that is the genesis for Coimbatore Next. So Coimbatore Next, we thought about 5 things. One is we need to help our local businesses grow faster, and we're doing this by helping them harness IP. We're helping them by going global. We're helping them by getting strategies for digital transformation, strategies for growth. We're also trying to build new businesses in Coimbatore. There is a rich entrepreneurial heritage in Coimbatore. There is a lot of capital, and when I say capital, don't think of just finance capital. There's intellectual capital, there's democratic capital, there is obviously financial capital, there is environmental capital. There is enough and more capital in Coimbatore, and it's important that we provide the entrepreneurs, the wannabe entrepreneurs, the budding entrepreneurs in the audience, all of you, I think a rich ecosystem on which you can build and materialize your business idea. So that's part 2. Part 3 is all about bringing in new investments into Coimbatore. So we want some of the bigger, conglomerates in India to stand up and take notice of what this region can offer them. Again, for all the reasons that I mentioned before. So that has to happen. Number 4 is the most important, I would say, is that we want to do all this in an inclusive and a sustainable fashion. We don't want any of this to come at the cost of what it means to live in a wonderful city like Coimbatore. Now, we enjoy probably one of the highest standards of living, and I think Mr. AV, talked about it, the various parameters on which we rank high. We want to make sure that none of this growth comes at the cost of environmental sustainability goals. These have to go hand in hand, and livability has to be there always. And the last one, the 5th one, is obviously overarching. We want to make sure that we promote Coimbatore. And to the extent that we literally have a corporate deck for Coimbatore, and we pitch Coimbatore to government, we pitch Coimbatore to consulates, we pitch Coimbatore to conglomerates, large or small, because we want them to realize the potential that exists in this region. And we want to make sure that together, all of us are able to put our hands together, are able to, make this vision of Coimbatore Next come true, so that together, each and every one of us will have a better and a brighter and a more prosperous future, not just for us, but also for all the generations that follow. So that's the whole idea.
Thank you, Prashanth. Thank you. Let's end on such a positive note. And this is for all the youngsters present here, all the budding future entrepreneurs. Coimbatore is a great destination, and Coimbatore Next is there to help you. With these, we are already behind schedule, and so we'd like to wind up. We would have loved to take some questions from the audience to this illustrious panel, but we have to skip that due to paucity of time. With these, I thank you all for a patient hearing, and thank the panelists for being here and answering these questions. I now hand you over to the computer.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the transformational journey. Well, they say with experience comes knowledge. With experience comes wisdom. With experience comes confidence. With experience comes perceptions. And today, at this panel discussion, we witnessed all of these. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our moderator, who beautifully set the context for the panel discussion, and our panelists. Thank you so much for being here. Well, your words of wisdom has truly been inspirational, and definitely it's a proud moment because they are the alumni of PSG, and these are the 3 generations of entrepreneurs amongst us. Thank you so much for being here once again. Well, now I request Dr. Shekhar Chaudhary, the former President AIMS, to kindly come up to the stage to felicitate our moderator and our panelists, please. I request you to kindly felicitate Mr. Ilango, the moderator of this panel discussion. I request you to kindly felicitate Mr. A V Varadharajan, the chairman, AVV Group. Now I'd like to request you to felicitate Mr. V Varadharajan, Director, Shree Sugars and Chemicals Limited. Last but not the least, a third generation entrepreneur, Mr. Prashanth Subramanian. Thank you, sir. Thank you, gentlemen. Well, with that, we come to an end of a panel discussion, but we are not done yet. Yes, we have a cultural program coming up for you all, and these are the students of PSG who are going to be performing. Yes, this is an energy booster for all of you. So the ones who are sitting behind, I request you to kindly come a little forward and be seated so that I can see you clearly. You can come and take the places in the front. Okay, there's a small announcement for all of you. The student participants and the delegates, we have arranged for food coupons for you all. So right at the exit, there is a desk where our student volunteers are sitting, and they will give you these coupons for the dinner, and the dinner is happening here at the ITECH itself. I request at least one representative from each team to kindly go collect it. And the food coupons for tomorrow's lunch and dinner, everything will be at the PSG ITECH. PSG, yeah, IT. So it is going to be at the registration desk. Once again, the student participants and the delegates, your food coupons are at the desk outside, which is right near the exit. So kindly collect it from there. And another announcement, we do not have any event or any discussion happening here tomorrow. We're going to have it at PSGIM. And the details will follow soon. Let's begin our cultural program. Well, the first performance is a classical dance, and they are depicting the following scenes. The Act 1, which depicts the story of the naughty little Krishna who gets caught red-handed for stealing a pot of butter, but manages to escape from Yashoda Maiya with his charm. And Act 2 is going to depict the tale of Krishna killing the multi-hooded snake, and Krishna finds a soft stage on its hood and begins his famous dance that is the symbolic of Lord's Leela that pervades the entire creation, and Vedanta Desika calls it Arabhati. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please put your hands together for the first act of this evening.
தாம் 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 கிடதக தத்தோடங்க தக்குத்தா தீம் 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 கிடதக தகதோடங்க தக்குத்தா தாம் 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 கிடதக தத்தோடங்க தக்குத்தா தாம் 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 கிடதக தத்தோடங்க தக்குத்தா தீம் 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 கிடதக தகதோடங்க தக்குத்தா தாம் 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 கிடதக தத்தோடங்க தக்குத்தா தத்தோடகதா தாம் 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 தீம் 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 தகதோடங்க தக்குத்தா தத்தோடகதா தாம் 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 தீம் 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 தகதோடங்க தக்குத்தா தித்தித்தை தித்தித்தக திகுதோ ஹஸ்தங்க திகுதக திகுதோ ஹஸ்தங்க திகுதோ ஹஸ்தங்க ஹஸ்தங்க குத்த கிட்ட கிண்ணத்தோங்க தத்தோடகதாம் தாம் தை தோதி குத்தக்க தோதோடகதாம் தாம் தோம் தாம் தாம் தீம் தீம் கிடதக தத்தோடங்க தக்குத்தா தை
Madani
So, how was it? Idiyalla pattadu. I want you all to shout out loud. Come on. Wow. I heard the last hour, whatever that was. Good going, guys. PSG is definitely known for its management studies. It is also known for all the cultural activity as well. And this is the proof. That was a beautiful performance by the PSG students. Okay, an announcement. After the cultural program, I request all the PSG students to kindly stay back in this auditorium. And next, we do not have any events happening tomorrow at the ITECH that is here. No, we have our morning panel discussions, which is going to happen at the Assembly Hall at PSG Tech. And afternoon, all the competitions are going to be happening at PSGIM. We have our students who are going to help you with all the details that you need. Kindly get in touch with any of us if you have any doubts further. And for the ones who are really, really hungry, the dinner is going to be served at 8:30 at the place where you just had your coffee. Happy Onam to the ones who celebrate Onam. Because, yeah, this dance that you're going to witness now is a celebration of Onam. Thiruvatira dance, which is an Onam dance. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together.
ഗണമണിയുന്ന പരമേശൻ തനയനും ഗണപതി തുണ ചെയ്യുവാൻ പ്രണമിക്കുന്നേ. ഗണമണിയുന്ന പരമേശൻ തനയനും ഗണപതി തുണ ചെയ്യുവാൻ പ്രണമിക്കുന്നേ. കളവാണി സരസ്വതി കരുണയോടടി ശ്രീമദനന്തപുരത്തിൽ വാഴും സ്വാമി ശ്രീ പത്മനാഭന്റെ പാദപത്മം. ശ്രീമദനന്തപുരത്തിൽ വാഴും സ്വാമി ശ്രീ പത്മനാഭന്റെ പാദപത്മം. നാം ഇന്നു ചിന്തിച്ചു പാർവതി റാണിയെ വന്ദിച്ചു വാഴ്ത്തിക്കളിച്ചിടണം. സഭ വന്ദിച്ചു കുമ്മിയടിച്ചിടണം. നാം ഇന്നു ചിന്തിച്ചു പാർവതി റാണിയെ വന്ദിച്ചു വാഴ്ത്തിക്കളിച്ചിടണം. സഭ വന്ദിച്ചു കുമ്മിയടിച്ചിടണം. തോം തത്തിന്തകത്തോം തിത്താതിമതത്തോം തത്തിന്തകത്തോം ശങ്ക വെടിഞ്ഞു സഭ നടുവിൽ മംഗമാരെ നിങ്ങൾ വന്നിടുവിൻ. ശങ്ക വെടിഞ്ഞു സഭ നടുവിൽ മംഗമാരെ നിങ്ങൾ വന്നിടുവിൻ. കങ്കണജാലം കിലുങ്ങവെ ചെങ്കയിൽ താളം പിടിച്ചു दिव्यमङ्गलम् विमलरूपाय विविधवेदान्तवेद्याय सुजनचित्तकामिताय सुभगमङ्गलम् रामदासमृदुलहृदय तामरसनिवासाय स्वामी भद्रगिरिवराय दिव्यमङ्गलम् दिव्यमङ्गलम् दिव्यमङ्गलम्.
That was for whom? Well, this was a beautiful performance by the PSG guys. Lovely job, girls. You know, the essence of Tamil Nadu lies in its culture, lies in its tradition. Now is not an act of dance, but it is Carnatic music. And that's a department from PSG College of Arts and Science. And they are going to be, yes, it's going to be a recital of 3 songs. The first one being welcoming Lord Krishna, who is brave, beautiful, and strong. Swagatam Krishna in an auspicious raga Mohananam.
शरणागतं कृष्ण नमदेव कीर्तन करी प्रेम भर नाच पांडुरंगा नमदेव कीर्तन करी प्रेम भर नाच पांडुरंगा नमदेव कीर्तन करी प्रेम भर नाच पांडुरंगा जनाबाई मने देवा बोलो अवंगा जनाबाई मने देवा बोलो अवंगा नमदेव कीर्तन हरि हरि नमदेव कीर्तन हरि 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 नमदेव कीर्तन करी प्रेम भर नाच पांडुरंगा नाचत डोलत देवाचा कलल पीतांबरा सावत होई देवा ऐसे बोले कबीरा नमदेव कीर्तन करी प्रेम भर नाच पांडुरंगा नमदेव कीर्तन करी प्रेम भर नाच पांडुरंगा जनाबाई मने देवा बोलो अवंगा जनाबाई मने देवा बोलो अवंगा नमदेव कीर्तन हरि हरि नमदेव कीर्तन हरि 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 नमदेव कीर्तन करी प्रेम भर नाच पांडुरंगा नाचत डोलत देवाचा कलल पीतांबरा सावत होई देवा ऐसे बोले कबीरा नमदेव कीर्तन हरि हरि नमदेव कीर्तन हरि 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 नमदेव कीर्तन करी प्रेम भर नाच पांडुरंगा नाच पांडुरंगा नाच पांडुरंगा नाच पांडुरंगा नाच पांडुरंगा विठ्ठल 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 जय जय विठ्ठल 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 जय हरि विठ्ठल विठ्ठला नाच रहे गोरी ताम तिताम तै तै तिरगतुम गीत धुनी को दकरी नाच रहे गोरी ताम तिताम तै तै तिरगतुम गीत धुनी को दकरी बाज पायलक हो जनन जनन बाज पायलक हो जनन 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 तोम जनन जनन ननन तनन तोम जनन जनन ननन तनन गीत धुनी को दकरी तान गावे तगत दै ददै तान गावे तगत दै ददै तै तै तन तदाम दीम तकिट तकदीम दीम तकिट तकदीम दीम तकिट तकदीम हद दोम हद गीत धुनी को दकरी बधु मनाव तुम्हारी लीला बधु मनाव तुम्हारी लीला क्या कहूँ मैं सावरो ताप संकट हरन आयो शोह मारो तुम धरो तदिम तदिम दिरना उदनि तदानि दानि तदिम तदिम दिरना नादिम तोम ततकत नरि तदार तर दानि दिम अलरि कलरि तक तदाम दानि तक तदाम दानि तक तदाम दानि दिम 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 तनि अलरि दाम 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 तक तनि अलरि तोम 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 तक दिकु तनि अलरि गीत धुनी को दकरी नाच गीत तो नाच रहे गोरी ताम तिताम तै तै तिरगतु ताम तिताम तै तै तिरगतु ताम तिताम तै तै तिरगतु गीत धुनी को दकरी
Put your hands together for PSG. The Carnatic Music Department from PSG College of Arts and Science. Fabulous. Beautiful piece. Super. yes, please go ahead, clap. Shout out, come on! How many of you are fans of Prabhudeva? I don't think they need introduction. They've already taken the positions on the stage. Boys and girls, put your hands together for a Western performance.
And they're like, it's better than yours. Damn right, it's better than yours.
Conmigo ella se pierde, no le rinde cuenta, le gusta la gasolina. Dame más gasolina. Como le encanta la gasolina. Dame más gasolina. Ella le gusta la gasolina. Dame más gasolina. Como le encanta la gasolina. Dame más gasolina. Ella prende la turbina.
If you really enjoyed